question. They wanted to know about the moderators. Should they just jump in, or is someone going to?
No, they should jump in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think will work the best if we are very regimented about always introducing people. We're kind of getting involved as we kind of see, and especially right now, it is just becoming so awkward. But I think from now on, if we can be really diligent about, like I did with people doing this, is what's about to happen, any questions, this is why it's open, this is what your moderators are going to do, because essentially it's a lecture to them as well. So it's as much informative as it is. Your moderators are going to do this. So or say it and stuff.
Feedback from some of the alternates that they name tags, binders or anything, they felt like second-class citizens. That was the language that they used. We're going to start a document that just like any of us who hear anything from delegates who just like the stuff.
Fabulous. That's great. Thank you.
No, we'll share that every day. So I'm sure we'll all hear little pieces of things that would be good just to like one you read.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tracking things and talking to folks. I'm going to go check in.
Maybe to be more self-care. I'm so sorry.
couple of us, as it turns out.
No.
There you go. Excellent. Possible. Great.
We are going to highlight 6 of the most common ones so that you can identify and work around them. The first bias is anchoring bias. The first or last piece of information you hear or see can create a lasting memory. We tend to remember this information, even if it's not the most useful or relevant piece of information that we have received. The second bias is the bandwagon effect, sometimes called groupthink. When many people take one position, you might feel like you should join them, even if their views don't align with yours. Be clear on your own position and be wary of getting swept along. The third bias is blind spot bias. We all have our blind spots, but they're much easier to recognise in others than in ourselves. To address this, encourage others to watch for your blind spots and you can watch for theirs. The fourth bias is confirmation bias. We're comfortable with what we know and tend to approach new information with fixed ideas. We're more likely to accept information that supports and reject information that contradicts our worldview. This may lead us to stereotype those with a different viewpoint. This is perhaps the strongest bias and the most common, so watch closely for this one. The fifth bias is information bias.
towards an actually premium modular laptop. In their own words, the MacBook Pro for Linux users. '13 Pro comes as either a build-it-yourself deal here. So all I have to do after unboxing it is just decide which ports I want. So I decided to go with 3 USB Type-C ports and 1 SD card reader. But if I ever want to change it, if I ever want an HDMI port or a ton of other plug-and-play modules, micro SD, Ethernet, etc. That's already pretty sick. As well. So two different axes. Like, how good is it against something like a MacBook Pro, and how repairable or replaceable is it against something like a MacBook Pro? And I think you'll pretty quickly start to notice a theme here. Like this display, it's easily the best ever. It's
Often, when we're in a group, luckily, there's a way to see the bigger picture. If you're aware of these blocks, sometimes called cognitive or unconscious biases, you can address them. This is particularly helpful when you're working with others to make important decisions. There are many unconscious biases. We're going to highlight 6 of the most common ones so that you can identify and work around them. The first bias is anchoring bias. The first or last piece of information you hear or see can create a lasting memory. We tend to remember this information, even if it's not the most useful or relevant piece of information that we have received. The second bias is the bandwagon effect, sometimes called groupthink. When many people take one position, you might feel like you should join them, even if their views don't align with yours. Be clear on your own position and be wary of getting swept along. The third bias is blind spot bias. We all have our blind spots, but they're much easier to recognize in others than in ourselves. To address this, encourage others to watch for your blind spots, and you can watch for theirs. The fourth bias is confirmation bias. We're comfortable with what we know and tend to approach new information with fixed ideas. We're more likely to accept information that supports and reject information that contradicts our worldview. This may lead us to stereotype those with a different viewpoint. This is perhaps the strongest bias and the most common, so watch closely for this one. The fifth bias is information bias. Often, when we're in a group, we think we need more information before we can make a decision. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. People can often make more accurate decisions with less information. Check that additional information is essential. Delaying a decision for too long while you seek more information is a common sign of this bias. The sixth and final bias is the authority or anti-authority bias. Some of us defer to authority figures. If this person holds an important position, they must be right. On the flip side, some of us disregard anything a person in authority says because we have a low level of trust in experts. Either way, you're Without us realizing it, our brains can sabotage our own thinking. Instead of thinking clearly, our mind can simply close itself off. Luckily, there's a way to see the bigger picture. If you're aware of these blocks, sometimes called cognitive or unconscious biases, you can address them. This is particularly helpful. biases. We're going to highlight 6 of the most common ones so that you can identify and work around them. The first bias is anchoring bias. The first or last piece of information you hear or see can create a lasting memory. We tend to remember this information, even if it's not the most useful or relevant piece of information that we have received. The second bias is the bandwagon effect, sometimes called groupthink. When many people take one position, you might feel like you should join them, even if their views don't align.
What's cool is if you're ever just PAing, you don't even need the board. You just
Really
right in the multi-jack right there.
incredible. Yeah. Do you know what the second multi-jack is on here? Oh, for? Because there's two. With mic slash line, and then it has a separate.
Stereo, A and B.
Okay, you could just have two inputs. All right, sweet. All right, sweet. Yeah, cool.
believing in one thing above all, that democracy only works when people show up for it, voting, electing leaders who
Okay, now, you get your proof? I'm going to go right now. We're going to say, somebody throw at me that we're going to be doing a hybrid meeting. And then we'll pull whatever. Please do. Sorry. The lady, or the clicker. I mean, normally it's an easy thing when you do, right? When you're presenting live streaming and everything off the same computer. That's right. It changes a lot more things. But now we've got a dedicated laptop just for presentations. There was a moment where that person just for a moment. You do good? You mean it? Good. I was going to ask Michael if he wants the keyboardist from outside if we could get him in for your presentation. Yeah, a little background. Yeah. Yeah, please. When is your? I think it was scheduled. You're coming up.
also to remind people to speak into the mics. So please keep that in mind. It really helps with the interpretation and self-care. If you need to stand up, if you need to wiggle, if you need to go to the restroom, get water, I don't care what it is, do it at any point, at any time that you need to. Yeah, take care of yourself. So, we are going to move into a conversation about the framing question. And you've heard us talk about the framing question a couple times. This is really, like I said, the North Star for the Assembly. We start with this big topic and then narrow it down so you have one question to answer in these 6 days. And it can be quite the process to narrow that question down. And there's a lot of reasoning for doing so, and a lot of personal reasoning for doing so. And so we're going to hear from 2 pairs of steering committee members who are going to be in dialogue with each other, talking about what the question means to them, why they leaned towards this framing versus that, and their unique relationship with the topic.
Cool. I am not a pair. I'm just me. How's everybody doing? Nah, that is not an acceptable answer. Like, how are you really doing? Okay, all right. Because, you know, when we do stuff in the town, we kind of expect energy, right? You know, and it's a beautiful day outside, but it's a more beautiful day inside because we really want to deal with a really interesting topic, a really hard topic, a really complex topic. And I want to just read the question as it was, as it became posed, and in a moment invite some of my colleagues from, I think it's both Cheney and Chris, Todd and Quinn, to talk about why this issue is important to them. So I just want to read it. I don't know if there's a slide that will show all this. But here's the basic, fundamental question that we're asking you to begin to answer. How do we transform vacant lots and commercial retail spaces that include storefronts and big box stores to be sites of Oakland's flourishing and resilience? So how do we transform vacant lots, commercial retail spaces, storefronts and big box stores to be sites of Oakland's flourishing and resilience? The reason this topic was chosen was that the underused private land is a complex policy issue that touches on a lot of different groups. All of us, because you are from Oakland, because you are living in a neighborhood, you know something intimately about a vacant lot or a commercial space. Chris Iglesias, who was at the Unity Council, when I was walking from the parking garage this morning, and it just struck me that I'm seeing vacancies in just that 5-minute walk, vacancies here in Fruitvale Village. And this is a pretty well-developed part of the city. Just think about, and I live in West Oakland, so I think about all of the vacant lots. Like there's an old gas station lot that's at the corner of, probably between Union and Chestnut and 14th. That lot's been empty for years. And I've been living in West Oakland since '92, but I've heard stories about, oh yeah, that used to be a gas station, that used to be a really vibrant corner, but it hasn't been since at least 1992. So that's one example, and there's 3,500 examples of vacancies here in the city. Those include large and small property owners, renters, the unhoused community. Converting that vacant space into public benefit has been a priority, but you're being asked to actually put the best of your thinking and energy to begin to solve that question. So again, how do we transform vacant lots and commercial retail spaces and storefronts to be sites of Oakland flourishing and resistance? The one last thing I'll say before bringing the other folks up is that when we talked about this question at the steering committee level, it was clear that it has a relationship to illegal dumping. It has a relationship to lack of affordable housing. It has a relationship to public safety, the whole broken windows theory. It has a relationship to green space. It has a relationship to safe places for kids to play. It has a relationship for spaces where elders feel safe moving through the neighborhood. All of those things matter, And we landed on this question because we realized that there's an intersectionality across all those things. In other words, there's a lot of relationship between a whole set of other issues and this particular issue. And if this issue were beginning to be resolved, that we would move a lot further in terms of the quality of life here in Oakland and the notion of flourishing. So with that, I don't know how you want to do this. Maybe I'll give the mic back to you to figure out how to bring up the pairs of folks who are going to be talking about this. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Perfect. Yeah, and just one more thing to mention is that this framing question is in your binders too. If you have a hard time seeing that, or if you want to reference it later, there's a Dear Delegate welcome page, and it's right there for you to revisit. So I am going to welcome Chris and Tony.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hey. My name is Chaney Turner, they, she pronouns. I'm the Community Engagement Manager with Oakland Rising, and I'm an Oakland native.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris Iglesias. I greeted you earlier, and Chaney and I are very excited to be the first two members of the steering committee to go first. I think honestly they picked us because we've already been on the news about this. We were on Channel 2, so I don't know if you saw us, but you know, we're kind of like this celebrity group right now. So, you know, like, well, you guys go first because you guys have already been on the news talking about this. So we just want to keep that rolling. And so I will, we're going to just ask each other questions on what, you know, why, basically the questions that Greg was just talking about. And I think it's important for you to hear from Chaney about like what she sees and her experience. So I'll read you the first question, or I know you already know the first question, but why is the issue of vacant storefronts and lots important to you? What aspects of this issue are you particularly interested in or passionate about?
Well, this issue is important because for many numerous reasons. For one, storefronts bring in revenue to the city, jobs that's desperately needed. And the lack of storefronts that's filled, like we said before, contributes to the illegal dumping and no businesses, which equals to us not having revenue. And as far as a beautification concern, it's not adding a quality of life to the community that we all deserve.
Thank you. I'll read you the next one too. What type of impact have you or your community experienced due to the issue of vacant storefronts and lots?
Well, as somebody who lives in deep East Oakland, and there's a lot of vacant storefronts, like I pretty much just said, it doesn't add to the beautification in the area. It's pretty much desolate, and the surrounding communities that live there, especially for young and old people, there's a lack of access. And so these storefronts could be used as grocery stores, banks, third spaces where community can gather, or opening them up to local small businesses. Oakland has a vendor issue right now to where many entrepreneurs don't have space. And so they have to move on to the lake or to the corners to sell their goods and wares. If we had storefronts that were equitable, these people could move off of the street into storefronts and therefore grow their businesses.
Thank you.
And my question for Chris is, what aspects of the issue are you particularly interested in and passionate about?
Thank you. So you mentioned one around economic. I think, when you have vacant land, when you have vacant storefront, there's an economic toll that's being taken. I know Greg highlighted his walk from the BART station to here today, and he passed a few vacant spaces in the transit village, which we own and manage. And I think, particularly now, we're still dealing with the aftermath of the COVID-19, right? COVID-19 devastated cities, especially black and brown areas of cities. And Oakland, East Oakland took the brunt of it, right? And we're still recovering. I know downtown is still recovering too, but when you walk around and you see the vacancies and stuff like that, it's kind of like, it's like pulling the community down. I think and in Fruitvale, we're actually pretty lucky, right? So right across the street, and this is just like back to economics. So right across the street is a Chase Bank, right? Right across from Chase is Bank America, right? In the transit village is Citibank. And right below the corner of this building over there is Wells Fargo ATM, right? So that creates a lot of just activity, right? As soon as you go past right here, Avenida del Fuente, 34th, all the way to East Oakland, there's not a bank, right? And that, I think, is telling, right? And that is something that's unacceptable, right? You don't see the investments going. There's no grocery stores that way. Past like Carter the Nest, you have little markets, right? So, and this is like the most dense part of Oakland. Fruitvale and East Oakland is where the majority of families live. I mean, they're low income, they're African American, they're Asian, they're Latino, and there's, just to have equitable resources, right? And I know there's a map in the other room that I look at pretty much every day. It's this map. So this is the redlining map of 1937, and I'll shut up real quick. 1937, the Homeowners Loan Corporation created these residential security maps that basically redlined all this area. And we're still feeling that today, right? So I think for me and for a lot of the other steering committee members, it's like, we want to hear from folks about like your ideas, because a lot of times we hear from brokers, right? Real estate brokers. Oh, well, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do this because it's too risky. It's too that. No, I'm tired of hearing that stuff, right? We have to just like completely open up this conversation to everybody, especially folks in this room today, to maybe that there are things that you guys are thinking that we're not. So I think that's kind of what excites me too.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, thank y'all. I know we only had a brief amount of time.
We got like 4 more minutes.
Oh, we do?
And so maybe, or two more minutes.
Oh, we have 2 minutes.
But
okay.
maybe more about like your own personal things on some of these.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing this project for a while, but it's something that, I'm definitely passionate about, especially being from Oakland and living in a district that has a lot of insecurities. We have, it's a food desert, bank deserts. And if you, drive along East 14th or International, you can definitely see that change going from East Lake all the way to deep East Oakland. And so it's really important that we can reimagine what these spaces can be, right? Not just for businesses, but for community as well. Like Chris said, there's a lot of families that's in these areas. Some of these vacant spaces could be used for play groups, rec centers. We have Oakland has a mental health crisis issue. And so hubs where people can, who are in crisis, can go and get services that they desperately need in neighborhoods without having to go downtown or to county buildings that might be inaccessible. Even transit hubs. One thing that I loved when I was walking up here is seeing all of the different options to rent a bike and use those for transportation. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different opportunities.
Thank you. So I think we're about out of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. All right.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Great. Now we're going to bring on Pastor Todd and Quinn.
Well, we are not the celebrity pair. But I would like to introduce you, sort of mirroring what you all did this morning. I would like to introduce you to Pastor Todd Benson. Pastor Todd is the executive director of Faith in Action East Bay, which is a nonprofit organization that develops leaders and brings people into the political process and engages in grassroots organizing all through a lens of faith.
And I think, Quinn, you are a little bit of a celebrity. I would like to introduce Quinn Delaney, who is the co-founder of the Akanati Foundation for 26 years, which is one of the most important, if not the most important, philanthropic groups based right here in Oakland. She's a philanthropist. She's involved in all kinds of causes and is really a community leader here in Oakland.
So Todd, why did you agree to participate in the steering committee on this project?
Because Angela asked me to. But let me say this. I think it was about a year and a half ago when there was a meeting that Angela had organized for us to learn about civic assemblies. And I was a little bit dubious at first, but then we heard how in other communities this has made significant differences in solving challenging issues, and how everybody, regardless of income level, race, of whatever background, could participate. And so from a faith perspective, and I'm using faith language, we are all equal in the eyes of God. And so we're called to act in a way that draws on those values so that every human being is precious. And so I thought this would be an opportunity. And for me, the main issue is the high cost of housing in Oakland. And we'll talk more about that. Quinn, how about for you? Why did you decide to get involved with this issue?
Well, when Angela asked me, I had never heard of a civic assembly. And as I learned more about it, I thought it was such a novel, exciting way to celebrate direct democracy and to get everybody's voice into the room. And I can't tell you how excited we all are to see you here today after endless meetings to get you here. But Todd, let me ask you why this particular issue is so important to you.
We do, my organization does grassroots community organizing in faith communities, mostly low and moderate income communities. And consistently what comes up when we ask people what are the most important issues affecting them, affordability comes up, and you can't live in the Bay Area and not know something that the cost of housing is a problem. I just looked it up, and the average cost of a home sold in Oakland at the beginning of 2026 is $1.2 million. The average cost of a two-bedroom apartment is $3,600. This is I'm sure all of us here know somebody who's been affected by this in some kind of way. People can't afford to live. This always comes up, and so I saw a possibility that these vacant spaces could be used for housing, especially affordable housing. The other issue is, of course, illegal dumping. We do a lot of work around that. And vacant lots are sites where a lot of stuff gets dumped. And people need to walk their kids sometimes near that, and there's unhealthy stuff in that. And you can't live, especially in the flatlands of Oakland, and know that's an issue. So this represents a possibility of addressing both of those issues, which are issues that we work on.
I agree. And for me, when I walk by a vacant lot, I just feel so sad. There's so much more potential that can happen in Oakland, and I have a really visceral reaction to this space that frequently has dumping on it, that isn't used for a more resilient, flourishing part of Oakland life. A lot of times I see around Oakland, and I'm sure you all do too, the murals. We have so many amazing murals in Oakland. And actually, a lot of them are on the sides of buildings next to vacant lots, actually. And how great would it be if we could build upon the art and the creativity that's already part of Oakland, such a deep part of Oakland, and bring that forward and use vacant lots, use vacant storefronts for art. You could have pop-up art galleries at these storefronts. You could take a vacant lot and bring community there to do art and creativity projects together. They could make murals, they could have festivals, they could do playgrounds for children. There's just so much more that we could use those lots that are dumped on now and really show how beautiful Oakland is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm stomping whenever I walk in this room. Thank you. So those were just a few of the steering committee members. You will get a chance to meet most of the rest of them later this afternoon and get to talk with some of them one-on-one. And we're really starting to switch now. So we spent this morning exploring your personal experience with the topic and impact, and then hearing from the steering committee members. We're going to move into research for a little bit. So you're going to hear from Possibility Lab, one of our incredible partners. They have done a huge amount of work. So you'll notice in the second half of your binder, there is a lot of information, research information. And one may have a hard time reading it front to back. So Michael is going to come up and give an overview of what is in the binder, how they determined what materials and what resources and what presenters and what speakers you will be hearing from. And yeah, that's step one of the information provision. They've handled it, and then the next will come from y'all, will be your information request. So I will pass to Michael.
All right, thanks, Lauren. And thanks, Phil, for running slides. I'm just gonna do a quick test of our clicker here. Perfect. Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be with you today. My name is Michael Cusack. I'm a project lead with the UC Berkeley Possibility Lab. We have been supporting this project in a couple of different ways, one of which includes, as Lauren mentioned, information provision. We have treated this as a learning opportunity. We've been learning about vacancy alongside the steering committee since the very start of this project. We are not experts on vacancy, but we have had a team of researchers who have been investigating this topic, collecting data on it, and repackaging it in a way that we hope will be helpful for you all as you learn about, explore, and develop recommendations about how Oakland can address its vacancy issue. Just briefly, I'll mention, we became involved in this project because a civic assembly such as this really fits the mission of our organization, which works to bridge the gap between governments and communities to make sure that policy is made directly by and for communities. It's been an honor to work on this project, and we're so excited to be exploring this really interesting topic with you all. So as the steering committee members just set up, we are looking at a very specific question. How do we transform vacant lots and commercial retail spaces, storefronts and big box stores, to be sites for Oakland flourishing and resilience? This gives us a few things to hone in on as we think about taking this really big, complex topic and making it manageable, bite-sized enough to begin to wrap our heads around. I'll just note quickly that you can see on these slides at the bottom left, I forgot to use the clicker, a number. The packet number will refer to the page of the information packet that this information is on, so you can follow along there. For folks who are using the printed out translated slides, the slide number will correspond to the text on that printout. So what is vacancy? Vacancy can mean a lot of things in a lot of different contexts. But as we think about it in the ways that we're tackling it here, it's often used to describe empty, open, or unused spaces. So empty or undeveloped land, a vacant lot, where you show up and you see nothing but pavement or overgrown grass. It can also refer to empty buildings or structures. Parts of a building or structure that are empty, this could be a ground floor commercial space that has been boarded up. It could also mean an entire building that's empty. Vacancy can take a lot of forms. These are just some of the different types of vacancy that you'll hear about when you start to look into vacancy from a land use or construction perspective. We could be talking about housing and residential buildings, commercial retail spaces, spaces where folks go to buy goods or services, office spaces, industrial sites, places that used to be factories or shipping and distribution centers that are now empty. One thing that it's helpful to begin thinking about, and I need to remember to use the clicker, is this concept of zoning. So the types of vacancy that we just referenced use terms that are a little bit technical, right? Commercial, residential, industrial. The reason that we're going to continue using this language is because it's how folks who make decisions about land, about buildings, talk about these things and categorize them, and it will show up in the data that we'll look at when we look at vacancy data. Zoning is the process governments, including the city of Oakland, use to determine what can be built and where. So certain parts of Oakland are quote unquote zoned for specific uses. And these correspond to those terms that I just mentioned. When we talk about residential zoning, we're talking about parts of Oakland where it is permitted, where you can build housing, places where folks can live. Commercial spaces, commercial zoning is areas where you can build and conduct activities where folks come and buy things, goods, services. Industrial, as I mentioned, industrial sites are often manufacturing sites, factories, places where there's big, heavy machinery. Usually some kind of environmental impact is associated with these sites because there are chemicals used that are not safe to be around. So there's special restrictions and regulations around the use of those sites. Mixed use is a term you'll see a lot. It's usually a combination of residential and commercial. So places where you can build a building where there's a ground floor retail space, for example, but then also apartment buildings above it. Apartment units, I should say. Open space. And then you'll see special come up a lot. This can mean different things depending on what data you're looking at, but it involves zones or areas that don't quite fit neatly into the above categories. As the steering committee has mentioned, the question that you will see in your binder that you'll see here focuses on two of these forms of vacancy: vacant lots and vacant commercial retail spaces. So an example of each of the types of vacancy I mentioned earlier: one, a piece of empty land; one, an empty space, an empty part of a building. And specifically with the vacant commercial retail spaces, a specific type of commercial space. So commercial spaces can include a broader category that often includes office spaces. The steering committee has decided to focus on retail spaces, spaces where folks come and go and buy goods and services, as I mentioned. Not where they just work without interacting with the public. So that means that we are focusing less on residential buildings and units, industrial sites, and office spaces. What we heard as we were exploring this issue and this question with the steering committee is the purpose of honing in, of focusing on vacant lots and vacant commercial retail spaces is that they can both be repurposed for both short and long-term uses. So they can be activated as well as transformed, as opposed to office spaces, industrial sites that require a ton of resources in order to convert for different uses. They may be a little bit less resource intensive in terms of the strategies that you could use to activate them. They may not require as much legislative change, although that may not is important here, to facilitate short-term uses. You'll hear tomorrow from some folks in the city who are working on making it easier for folks in the city of Oakland to activate, use vacant spaces without having to go through as much permitting hoops as you currently do. Okay, thanks. And there's more overlap in those strategies that you could use to address those two types of vacancy. So let's take a closer look at vacant lots. What are we talking about when we talk about vacant lots? This is an interesting question because when we talk about vacant lots, we're often combining two things. We're talking about legal definitions and we're talking about conversational definitions of vacancy. For example, in the city of Oakland, the city has a tax on vacant land. And they have a definition of what it looks like for a piece of land to be vacant. It involves that piece of land being used for less than 50 days in a calendar year. So that's a very specific definition of what it looks like to use a space regularly. But across legal definitions, across the way that you might talk about these spaces with your family, friends, and neighbors, is that almost all of these spaces will be ones that have no building or structure on them, right? We talked about seeing that lot in between two houses, for example, that's just completely paved over. There's nothing there. and is not being used regularly for a purpose authorized by its owner, this is an important legal and data kind of qualification to make here. Because you could imagine that a vacant lot has no building or structure on it, but it is being used. Some kids play on it. Someone might actually use it for shelter, but legally, that use is not authorized, so it would still be categorized as a vacant lot in city data, in government data. If you were walking by it, you would still probably refer to it as a vacant lot. That doesn't mean it's necessarily totally unused. There are a few different kind of stories of how a lot can become vacant. And we're gonna talk about 3 common stories. These aren't comprehensive. There are stories of how a lot can become vacant that don't fit perfectly into these categories. But one important story of how a lot can become vacant is abandonment, meaning that the owner of the property is no longer caring for it or paying taxes on it. It might be that they can't afford to, they can't physically keep up and maintain the property anymore. As we've heard from folks who work with the county, it's often that they don't know that they own the lot. If a lot can be passed down through inheritance year over year, sometimes split up across different descendants, and those folks may not actually know that they technically own a lot, and so they're not paying taxes on it, and no one knows who to contact in order to figure out, can we do something with this? Can we sell it? Can we transfer ownership of it? Would you, descendant, be willing to build on it? So the next story is the story of what we call stuck lots. Lots where the owner wants to sell or transfer ownership of the lot, but can't. This could be because they have a lack of buyers, no one's interested in buying it. There are permitting issues. There might be unpaid property taxes that are making it harder for them to sell it. And then finally, we have the story of what we'll call held, or sometimes referred to as banked lots. These are ones where the owner is actually holding on to the property because they think that it will increase in value over time, and it's not worth it to them to build on it before they plan to sell it. This is sometimes referred to as speculation or land speculation, but you'll hear folks talk to it often as held or banked land. So in the case of abandoned lots, an example of what this could look like is that the owner defaults on their property taxes. The county comes in and they impose penalties and fees for the owner not paying their taxes. They have 5 years to pay off those taxes. In this case, let's say the county tries to reach them and can't. Those property taxes remain unpaid. In Alameda County, which includes Oakland, the county will hold a public auction to try to sell the land to recoup some of the unpaid taxes that they weren't able to collect from the original owner. In the case of a stuck lot, this may look like an owner having plans to build, discovering issues with the property, getting into a legal battle about the cause of those issues. So this could look like, one story that stuck out to me was a lot in the hills where there was an erosion right after they bought the property, so they could no longer build on it. They then discovered that there were also issues with the sewage and water hookups to the property, and they got into a legal battle with the city, and so it sat vacant for years and years while that was happening. And so it remained vacant. In the case of held or banked lots, as I mentioned, this is often the case of a property owner anticipating that the value of land will increase over time, or that the cost of construction might go down, so they're waiting to see when will be the most optimal time to do something with this land, and I don't want to pay the cost to do anything with it in the meantime. So they may develop or sell the property when those conditions change. It may take a long time for that to happen. And one important thing to emphasize is that, this is anecdotal, but it's likely that the stories that we're talking about are different in different parts of the city. So one of the things I think you all will be exploring is, what does this look like in my neighborhood, in this part of the city? What are the solutions or strategies going to look like in those different cases? Are there different policy strategies that we might employ when we're talking about held banked lots versus stuck lots, for example? So that all sets up a few moments for us to actually take a look at some of the data that we have on vacant lots. So we have a data set that you'll find in your packet. It should start on page 13. You'll see here some numbers from our data that indicate that there are about 6,000 parcels. Parcels is a term that usually is used to define a piece of property. So a parcel of land is a legally boundaried property. But there are about 6,000 with no structures on them. Our data is data on land with no structures on it. We can easily identify that over 500 of those are likely in regular use because they're a park or something like that. So we have in our data set about 5,500 parcels with no structures on them, covering about that many acres of land across Oakland. So 5,500 acres of land. I do want to say that this is likely an overestimate of what we would call vacant lots, because what we're looking at in the data is land with no structure on it. But there might be some parcels in here that are in use that we can't easily identify. And the reason we think that may be true is because other recent attempts to survey vacant land in Oakland have found numbers that you'll see here that are significantly lower, closer to 4,000, 3,200. But let's take a look through these maps that we have in the information packet. Beginning on page 35, you should find maps. So I saw some of you found them on the wall in the other room. Take a look at these maps and see what you find. We have maps of the whole city, as well as zoom-ins on some of the areas of the city with higher vacancy rates. So curious if you can find your neighborhood. Yeah, you have a question?
Are these interactive maps? We find these any website or anything that we could use? My question was, are these interactive maps on any websites that we could further search for specific parcels or vacancies?
Yeah, great question. It is. At the end of my presentation, I'll have a QR code to share that will bring you to a site with a lot of resources, including our maps. Yeah.
I know you touched on the special definition, but could you give me some examples of that, just to have a little bit more of context of what would an example of the special looks like?
Yeah, 21. Yes, definitely. There's a great question about the definition of specially zoned parcels. So from looking at these maps, it seems like a lot of the specially zoned areas are areas like you can see on the map here that border places like the port and are kind of caught in between places that are specifically zoned for different uses. Purple. Yeah, the purple parcels on the maps. There are also a number of them in the hills, which seem to overlap with park areas. East Bay, I'm hearing East Bay mud. You can see some of them border or are actually in the water there. Yeah. So yeah, curious if folks are looking through these maps. Are you noticing anything that's sticking out to you? Can you find your neighborhood? Can you identify any of the lots that you see on the map? Any interesting ones that, or ones that you were surprised to see are listed as vacant here?
Can you display the QR code? Because these maps are really small.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting.
There we go.
Just be able to play around with. I think it's in the, yeah. So yeah, if you go to this QR code and you scroll down on the page that it brings you to about halfway down, you'll see the interactive map you can use to zoom in. There's also a lot of other stuff there that I can talk more about in a second. Yeah, question?
I had two questions. First, going back to definitions of what is considered a significant structure. And also, this may be a narrower case, but like, what about condemned properties? Or for example, say like a residential structure that has had significant fire damage, and if that is included or isn't statistically significant. So that was my first question. And my second question is not really a question so much as my neighborhood is not included on your map.
One of the zoomed in maps?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The 1937 maps do not, that was right before my neighborhood was actually built.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The old map you're talking about, the red line.
Yeah, and so I just checked to see if I could zoom in on my cute little pocket neighborhood that doesn't exist.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to the first question, so in our data, the data that you're looking at on these maps, it's likely that they would not be counted as vacant because part of what is used to identify vacant parcels in the data that we have is satellite imagery, so it would capture even damaged, deteriorated, or abandoned properties. One of the things that, and part of the reason why the counts that you'll see that we showed earlier are lower from those other investigations is that they were able to do more, on-the-ground observations to confirm or verify if those sites were actually being actively used or not. Yeah, question?
Could you address the issue of burnt up buildings?
Yeah, in terms of how it shows up in the data or how it plays into the definition of vacancy or both? So I think to the question of how it shows up in this data, I think the answer will be pretty similar to the last one insofar as if there's still a significant structure there that's getting picked up by satellite imagery, it would not be counted as vacant. If it was totally burned down, then it would. So that's why I think, again, we have to qualify that our data is likely an overcount of vacant spaces because it's capturing some of those specific lots that don't have any effective use, that are not being actively used. Maybe the structures are pretty deteriorated or damaged, but they still have a structure on them. Yeah, question?
我想問下，頭先喺屏幕上嗰個 QR code，我哋喺邊度可以揾到啊？ How to find out? In the book? Yeah, I cannot see it.
No, take a picture. I'll leave it up for a second.
Yeah.
So is all of this to say that, so the data that's being collected here reflects a sort of innate preference of the city to first line prioritize the most obvious vacant lots?
This actually is not city data. So this data set does not reflect city priorities per se.
Okay.
This is a data set that takes county data, and like I mentioned, takes that satellite imagery to try to verify whether or not there's actually a structure on these parcels. So you'll hear from city staff tomorrow who will be able to speak more directly to city priorities, how they use and share data on vacancy, what data they have. You'll hear from two departments in particular, planning and building, which does a lot of the zoning work. So they do a lot of the work to actually go out and look at sites and make sure that they're up to code so they can be, like sites can be built for commercial purposes, let's say on a commercially zoned parcel. You'll also hear from economic and workforce development, which is a team of folks in the city who are working on a variety of issues, but including activations of commercial spaces. And they'll have more specific commercial data to be able to share with you all.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack.
So I have a friend who lives in a large apartment building, lives next to like a really large acres wide lot, and they've developed like a little orchard, a garden. It's a community space. Would y'all, in your assessment of like including in the data, would you have like, how would you have assessed it?
That's a great question. So again, two, I think, answers to that question. There's the data answer, which is that it probably would not be picked up in the satellite imagery as a structure. In terms of our definitions of vacancy and whether it would be worth focusing on that lot, for example, if the owner authorized the use of that space for that purpose, then it would not be considered vacant by legal standards. We would probably all walk by that lot and say it's not vacant, it's being used. But there might be conflicting opinions about its vacancy, therefore, between that legal definition and that kind of community perception.
It's definitely illegal.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, one more question, then we'll keep moving here.
Working? Okay. Am I understanding correctly that this data was gathered with a combination of satellite imagery, the Turner, I'm sorry, the Turner Center research and not city records? Is there a city records part of this? The question that I have that's underneath that question is, if this is self-reported by the owners of these properties, don't they have an incentive not to report vacancies due to the tax?
Great question. So a few questions in there.
So sorry. I was wondering, what is the exact nature of the compilation of this data? What are the sources that it's pulling from? My concern is if it's being pulled from self-reporting from property owners, they have an incentive not to report their vacancies due to the vacancy tax that is in Oakland.
So to go back to the Turner Center report, so the Turner Center is an institute at Berkeley, a housing research institute that did a report on vacancy in Oakland back in 2018. So this data is a little bit older. They found about 4,000 vacant parcels, again, using mostly county data. An interesting and I think helpful thing to note here is this 3,200 number. This was reported by the city auditor's office, in a recent report on the effectiveness of their tax on vacant land. And the tax deals exactly with this issue of reporting and the incentive to not report. So what they do is they, in order to enforce the tax and make sure that owners of properties that are remaining vacant are taxed with that additional fee, they not only rely on self-reporting, but try to do some verification. And they go around and they actually contract with a third-party organization to do some of that on-site verification. They don't look at every vacant site. They take a sample of those vacancies, and their team goes out and looks at whether or not they actually are vacant. And they do that for both sites where they are, well, primarily for sites in which they think there might be a reason to report it as vacant, but it's not being reported as vacant.
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
The reason we don't use that data here is because that data is not publicly available. And so we had to compile other data sources to provide this here. So I want to make it clear, yes, that data exists. It's not available to us. We should, you all should, I invite you to ask those questions tomorrow and when you speak to the city again.
Thanks for the questions. We're going to keep moving here so we can cover the next section of our presentation. Want to just quickly mention a couple of the tables that you'll see in your packets. These have breakdowns of parcels, vacant parcels by the region of Oakland. This regional breakdown matches the way that the steering committee decided to divide up Oakland in order to select you all. So instead of using council districts, the steering committee broke up the city of Oakland into 6 regions: West Oakland, North Oakland Hills, Downtown, Deep East Oakland, Inner East Oakland, and the North Oakland Flats, in order to make sure that there's more specific representation across the those larger regions that we as Oaklanders refer to and think about and know and are familiar with. So we've broken down the data that we have on vacancy by those regions. An important thing to note here is the way in which the count, the number of vacant parcels and the rate can differ across a region. So if you take West Oakland, they actually have not a huge number of vacant parcels. I think it's the 3rd most in this data, but the highest percent of all the parcels in that area that are vacant. So it'll be helpful to keep in mind both of those things, the counts and the rates, or the percentage of vacancies within a given area. We can also look at these numbers by the zoning type. And you can see that a lot of the residential vacancy, as we'll show in a second, is concentrated in a couple of different regions, has the highest percentage or rate of vacancy, with mixed and commercial coming in next. And you can actually see those two things together, the region and the zoning type, on page 17 of the packet, if I'm not mistaken. So again, you can see that in the North Oakland Hills, vacancy is almost entirely residential, or parcels that are zoned for housing. Whereas in downtown, there actually isn't zoning for purely residential parcels. It's all mixed commercial, and there's a little bit of special. So these are the percentages of that region of vacancy that match those zoning types. So what is currently going on to address this issue of vacant lots? We've highlighted a few things in your packet, and I've pulled out just a couple of them here to talk about very quickly. We've talked about the tax that the city imposes on vacant parcels. That's the city's vacant property tax. It collects a tax of $3,000 or $6,000 depending on the type of building or unit or property, if it's deemed that that property is being used for less than 50 days in the year. So again, a very specific definition of what it in use looks like. There's more information on the packet as well as on the page that the QR code takes you to about this tax. It's also important to note that there are a lot of exemptions or reasons why someone can get out of paying that tax, which you can find definitely on the website and I think also in the packet. I see a hand here.
I'm sorry, I was trying to make sense of the last slide on page 15. Just that statement at the bottom, residential zoning makes up most of the vacant land. Is that right? Like the majority of all the vacancy and vacant land in Oakland is zoned for residential for housing?
Yes, I'll try to find the right table. Page 15.
Table 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can see on...
Yeah, there's a statement in our packet underneath that. Is that correct? Most of the vacant land in Oakland is zoned for housing, for residential, like by percentage and acreage.
Yeah, so we're pulling that slide back up, the one you just had. No, the other one. This one.
So, yeah.
So residential, you can see, this is across the whole city. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. It's 64%.
I have a similar kind of question to what Adam was saying. On the first map on page 35, where it says all vacant parcels by zoning type, I noticed that in the Hills area, it's mostly residential and special zoning, and versus like in the lower like flats, it's basically like non-existent, so residential. So I'm kind of curious with Adam's statement, like, is all the vacant lots kind of zoned for residential? Why? So if that's true, then what's our question? Like, going back to our question, how can we transform vacant lots in commercial retail spaces when it seems like there's just more residential zoning lots, essentially?
Great question. So I think two pieces to this answer. One is, if you remember the question, we have both vacant lots and vacant commercial and retail spaces. So right now, all this data that we're looking at is just lots. It can be zoned for different reasons, including commercial, including residential. But these are all sites where, in theory, there's no structure on them. In a second, we're going to talk about retail spaces, which do have structures and is not covered in this data that we're looking at now. But a specific unit in that structure that should be a store or a restaurant is vacant. So that's one answer to that question and has a different regional focus, geographic focus. So we'll see that, I think tomorrow when the city brings in some of their data, and it corresponds to the zoning types, because more of the flats are zoned for commercial or mixed use, that addressing retail vacancy will have a focus there as opposed to, let's say, the hills. The other part of your question that I wanted to mention, can you repeat your question so I can jog my memory on what else I was going to say?
Yeah, it just seems like looking at the data and looking at the images, it seems like our biggest enemy is just zoning laws at this point. Like if we could just change how the zoning laws are made, then we can kind of deal with these vacant lots and other issues. Just because lived experience, I'm like looking in the Coliseum, Castlemont area, there's a lot of unhoused homeless people and they have nowhere to go. Essentially, why not just fix the hills, the zoning up into there and build housing? So, yeah.
I would strongly encourage you to keep those questions for tomorrow morning's presentation from Planning and Building, because they'll have all of the answers to these questions about the rationales that have been used to zone different areas for different purposes and what it would take to rezone them. Yeah, Seth, and then who would I say?
Just a quick question. You may have stated this already, but just so everyone can understand. How recent is this data again?
This data is from 2023, 2024, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Adam's question brings up for me, so these percentages, on page 15, these percentages, is that, I guess basically I'm asking, are parcels, is a parcel a very specific footage, or it can be any size, any whatever? So these percentages aren't actually talking about land area, just like a parcel could be like this table.
Great question.
Is that
That
what
is
we're
correct.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I also? Sorry, I had a question earlier just for specification. So, you were saying that some of the data was done by sampling. Is all of this data done by sampling? So it's are these statistics that we're looking at? We're not looking at actual
Yeah, and apologies for the confusion because we're describing a few different data sets. When it comes to the data that you're seeing in these maps and these tables, it's not sampling. This is actual parcel data. The sampling came from descriptions of the auditor's office and the city's approach to verifying vacancies.
So tomorrow morning they're going to be using data that's based on statistics, not actual somebody goes and looks and checks what's going on?
I don't know exactly because I don't think anyone will be speaking to the auditor's data specifically tomorrow. When we talk about, and this is a great place for me to tee up, one of the roles that we're going to have is taking up your information requests and following up on it to make sure that we can get additional presenters in who can speak to the areas that you want to explore more. One of those people may be the director of finance at the city of Oakland, because the finance department oversees the vacant property tax. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go definitely.
Is single owner in this case also just defined by the actual just legal owner? It could be a family or just a company, just that they're considered a single unit?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to Daphne and then to you, David.
Just another clarifying question, sorry. You said earlier that our focus as a delegation will be in vacant lots and empty storefronts. However, taking a look at this data, some of these vacant lots are zoned for residential, some of them are zoned for industrial. Would it be safe to say that the scope of this delegation will still include all types of zoned parcels of land? So, for example, if we're talking policy writing, we will still be writing policy with regards to industrial land development? Or are we still focusing on retail commercial spaces largely?
Yeah, this is a great question because this is really confusing. Our team gets tripped up on this question. So I'm just going back a few slides. Actually, I'm going in the wrong direction. To our definitions of these different types of zoning. All right, so the steering committee is encouraging you all to focus on vacant lots, which could in theory be zoned for any type. There are particular reasons with vacant industrial sites to be cautious about focusing on because it takes many more resources, legal avenues, and environmental remediation or cleanup methods in order to make those sites usable again. But in theory, vacant lots of any zone could be the source of policy recommendations as the steering committee has thought about and articulated the question. The confusing thing about commercial retail spaces and commercially zoned vacant lots is they're two different things, right? A lot that is on a commercially zoned parcel or piece of land is a vacant lot. When we're talking about commercial spaces, retail spaces, we're talking about spaces that do have a building and there's an empty unit, usually a ground floor unit that is vacant. Because they have different, usually, solutions to address vacancy in those different areas. I'm just going to quickly address the land piece real quick, and then I'll get to our last question. You'll see in these tables the acres of vacancy that are associated with the different neighborhoods and regions. Because the point made by Esther, I believe, earlier, is really important that these parcels can vary really widely in size. David?
One second. And in the other room, if folks, I know folks were looking at the maps, one of the maps has these broken out with sizes greater than 2,000 square feet. So this problem of like, yes, a parcel technically could be the size of this table, but we do have a map that shows spaces where we do have larger lots. But it was a great question, Esther. So.
All right. Well, thank you all. We didn't get through all of this presentation, so I think we'll find a way to get you more of the information on retail, commercial spaces, likely tomorrow morning. Please come up to us if you have any questions about the information packet or want to talk about any of the data stuff, because we love to nerd out about it. Great questions. Thanks all.
Great. We have now fully filled in the Civic Assembly with all 40 people. That means that the new alternates have joined. And woo! And earlier, people had a chance to introduce each other in pairs, but we're going to have you just introduce yourself if you're one of the new 5 folks. You can share your name, how you would like to be called, and something you're looking forward to, briefly. And maybe we'll start around here. I think, is that you? Yep. And please use the microphones. Yep.
I'm David also. I've been living in Oakland for, 41 years. So I've seen it evolve and devolve and evolve and devolve again. So I'm really happy to be a part of this, just to hear everybody's ideas, and just because we all need to be able to focus on how to move forward to create something vibrant for everybody.
Thank you. Coming around clockwise is Robert. Are you next? Yep. Oh, hi.
Yeah, we'll get after you about using the mic.
Yeah. It's Robert. I commonly go by Rob, shortened it. I'm happy to be here. Excited to do this. I have a prior background in real estate development, and I built on vacant lots. I bought vacant lots and built on them. So it's kind of close to home in terms of my personal career. Don't do that anymore, but what other question? What other information?
That's great. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, thanks.
In the corner, is that you new? Yeah, hi.
Hi, nice to meet y'all. You can call me Sunflower. I moved to Oakland about 8 years ago because I was in the Bay Area commuting an hour every week to go to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings with gay people of color. So I came to Oakland for help, and in the 8 years, it's really changed me and changed a lot. I feel really committed to this land and grateful to be here with y'all. And yeah, happy to talk and share stories. Yeah.
Welcome, Sunflower. See, coming around, I think, Joseph, you might be next. Yep.
Hi, my name is Joe, and I've been living in Oakland for 35 years. And over that time, I've seen a few abandoned industrial sites turned into more useful spaces. And there's another one next to me, and I'm curious what will happen to that. And this will also give me a chance to see how those processes are working citywide.
Thank you. Great. And then I think, is that Esther?
Hello all. I'm Esther. My pronouns are she, they. I also like when people call me dude, bro, but in a nice way. And I'm not a townie. I don't qualify as a townie, but I'm definitely born and raised in the Bay. And I'm looking forward to seeing more maps. Thank you.
Anyone else who's just joining us now? Great, I think that's it. Thank you. Welcome, everyone.
Awesome. Great, thank you, welcome. Super exciting. Thank you, Possibility Lab, for so much work that you put into that. And we're gonna follow a little bit of an arc here. So we went into the research, we're gonna go back into conversation, problem exploration, and impact, and you're gonna get a chance to talk to some of the steering committee members. So steering committee members, can I have you stand up, please? Thank you. And I believe you have met most of them at this point. I'm gonna walk back here so I can give you my mic. But for those that have not been introduced to the group yet, can we hear a 1-minute introduction, who you are, what you do, and why you joined the steering committee?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Barbara Leslie. I'm the CEO of the Oakland Chamber of Commerce. I'm a 35-year resident of this lovely city and raised my children here. I'm very happy to be here. We spend a lot of time talking about these topics, and making sure that we have equitable and citywide and inclusive development. So I'm very excited to hear this and to strategize around one of our most pressing issues, which is vacant parcels. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keith Brown. I'm the executive officer of the Alameda Labor Council, which is basically a federation of about 135 unions in Alameda County. I am also a lifelong Oakland resident. Matter of fact, this is the community I grew up and lived and continue to live in right here. So as a youth, I remember when this was East 14th, where there were businesses that all across this street, and the reason I joined, I see this as an opportunity for Oakland to be a place where people can live, work, and thrive in their own city.
Thanks. I'm Kate O'Hara. I'm with the East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Economy, eBase. We work to create a thriving East Bay where all work has dignity and housing is a human right, and everyday people are making the decisions that affect our communities. So really excited to see all of you here in this room. I've been a part of some of the efforts to bring community voice into some of the large-scale redevelopments in Oakland, like the efforts at the Coliseum and around the Oakland Army Base in West Oakland. So having community voices and community solutions to make sure that whatever happens on these vacant parcels is good for Oakland is really exciting.
Okay, thank you, everyone. You've met 8 of the 12 members of the steering committee now, and I am going to release you, I keep getting too close to this, to go to the Unity Hall and choose a small group table at random, and then the small groups will join you in just a moment. So you're going into small groups again. You'll be in the same small group with the same small group moderator. And this isn't too different from the process that you did earlier about talking about your own perspectives, but it includes a steering committee member. And there are people, they've been asked to talk about their personal experience and their professional expertise. So you're absolutely willing to ask them questions. It's still pretty informal, conversational, get to understand the impact that they see, what they hope for, how they understand the problem. They're welcome to ask questions of you as well. And we're gonna have 2 rounds. So we're gonna have you sit down with one person for roughly approximately exactly 17 minutes. And then we're gonna have you get up and rotate and sit down with another person for roughly approximately exactly 17 minutes. So this is really like y'all are really grounded in your experiences now and what you've explored together. And this is just expanding the landscape a little bit and still really focusing on impact and problem exploration. Any questions before we move on? Okay. Yes.
As an alternate now delegate, and we were in a group that, are we still in that group even though we're sitting in a different place?
Oh, that's a great question. No, I would still break it up 5,
Okay.
5,
I'm
5,
with you.
5. So your groups
Great.
might look a little bit different this time. That makes sense. Okay. The orange sticky notes should still be accurate. It might just be different people. Okay.
Well, great. So, folks, you're welcome to find your group at the table in the other room. We'll be there for the next couple sessions, and then we'll come back here before we close. Thanks.
Puppet shows and